Good afternoon. So, what we studied in the last session? What are the issues in IIM? Ethics and war. So, what is ethical? Yes, it is ethical. Last resort. So, Russian-Ukraine war is ethical. Depends on the situation. What is the basis of war? It will decide whether it is ethical or not. Next. Yes, terrorism ethical. War is ethical. Why can't be terrorism be ethical? Yes, suppression, power, not non-state led. So, terrorism can never be ethical. Next. Ethics and refugees. So, denying access to refugees, denying refugees, can it be ethical? Why? What? In context of refugees. So I am asking about refugees. No revision, no proper revision. For national interests, refugees can be denied because of peace, stability and security and demography. But in the long term, this will hamper national interests. It will hamper peace, harmony and stability because they are highly vulnerable for radicalization. So terrorism will happen if the country do not show enough compassion, they cannot expect peace and harmony in their own country. Because we know peace is required, there should be peace everywhere. And what else we discuss? Yes, you should accept. Yes, it is highly unethical. Because there are conventions and cultural practices also. Accept refugees. And then security should be screening also properly. Radicalization should be stopped. In fact, when many refugees came after independence from Pakistan, some organizations were radicalizing them, right-wing organizations. That's why one organization started to grow, and that organization is also been responsible for creating fear among minorities in India. So it is what was the intention to say that refugees are very vulnerable. If you do not show compassion, then they can easily get radicalized. Okay. Refugees, not illegal immigrants. Refugees. For refugees, there should be political prosecution. There should be threat to their life. That refugees. India has shown compassion many times during Bangladesh war. Many refugees in the northeast, they helped, but they were sent back also. Yes, you can send back if they are threat to life. Everything like Bangladesh war 1971. Pakistan army was creating a lot of atrocities on Bangladeshis. So it came back. Bangladesh got independent. Situation improved. Then political prosecution फिर भी चल रहा है ना मतलब. Yes, you should give them asylum. It is highly unethical of not giving. To Rwanda. From one worst place to another worst place. Rwanda. Yes, lot of genocide happened in Rwanda also. Hutus and Tutsi, I guess, Tutsi rebels, something was that big issue happened once. And further, what we discussed? Terrorism, yes, we rediscussed terrorism. National interest and EIR, national interest and ethics and EIR. So, on three relations we have like to discuss. Those are three relations, but largely national interest should be in connoissance with ethics in EIR. Ethics in IR because in short run they may pursue national interest which will be in connoissance with ethics in IR also. Okay, that we discuss. Example also Smiling Buddha, nuclear race, how it promoted peace in the subcontinent also. Then ethical issues in international funding. Those 4 or 5 models we discuss. There's issues also over charity conversion, then short circuiting democracy, shell of democracy. That all had been discussed. Now let's and also one people's aspect we discuss how people also want ethics in IR like the Vietnam War etc. That circle good. World is good, everything is good. Today, probity in governance. Probity in governance. People what? People are getting minority. So distribute in other regions also. Some Rohingyas are in Delhi also, I guess. They have been given cards also. So that one. Yes, we don't know how authentic it is. It's suffering. Now suddenly started to suffer. Before it was not suffering. Yes, tribal land should be protected. There is a unique culture, but plains, etc. redistribute to other areas also. But Northeast is inherently one region. Okay, suppose this all country have. They also have lot of similarities with Myanmar and everything. So that way, culture difference is not that much. Also, we have that tradition of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam also. World is one family, and previously also people came from all over the world. Majorly today, Hindus are basically people from Central Asia who had come, migrated from Central Asia, the Indo-Aryans. They got settled here, and original inhabitants, we all know, are SC and STs of this country. Other rest of migrants, waves of migration happen, Indus Valley civilization, etc. We study in history. Probity, then concept of public service. Code of conduct, code of ethics, RTI, citizen charter, work culture, public fund utilization also. And corruption. This will be studied under probity. Many quality of service also. Foundational values will come under probity only. This is largely that probity in governance, in civil services or governance topic. Lot of questions nowadays are coming from this, but if you write content only from this chapter, no interlinkages, then content remains average. You should try to connect with thinkers also. Depends on the question. It's not necessary that every question you should able to connect to philosophers and theories. Forceful connection can also backfire. Probity, concept of public service, code of conduct and code of ethics, RTI, citizen charter, work culture, quality of service, public fund utilization, and corruption. Now, what is probity? What is probity? Anyone want to try? Strong moral principles. Okay. Anyone else? Honesty is the best policy. Okay, so why don't we call honesty then probity? Why don't we call probity as honesty then? Higher term. English. Adhering to moral principles of ethics in governance. See, probity is having upright, straightforward, non-corruptive attitude, an active mind, positive attitude towards civil services. That is probity. A probity encompasses many values like uprightness, honesty and integrity. That is probity. A person having probity will have self-discipline, self-commitment and non-corruptive attitude. Have courage as well. Probity can be internal as well as external. That is probity. Okay. Many committees etc. have promoted probity. Nolan committee was called as Committee on Probity in Public Life. It gave 7 principles for probity. समझा कुछ? नहीं समझा? No worries. I will break down. Focus here. Important concept. Probity. Upright. Straightforward. Active mind. Probity can be internal as well as external. So don't make yet, I may revise the diagram also. Internal, external. Resultant also encompasses values. Honesty, integrity, uprightness. Person will have self-commitment, self-discipline, courage, So this is probity. For probity, person should have non-compromising values. You understand non-compromising values? Even where there is pressure to take money, bribe from superiors, will the person won't compromise in his values, non-compromising values. So that will promote uprightness, not is bureaucrat. It is largely said bureaucracy is spineless, not upright. When it was famous statement, when during emergency bureaucracies were asked to bend, instead of bending they started to crawl rather than standing upright. So they will have uprightness, straightforward attitude, not manipulation. Objectivity, straightforward attitude will bring objectivity, impartiality, dealing things with merit. Non-straightforward attitude will bring what? Manipulation, subjectivity, that will leave scope for corrupt practices. Straightforward, this will feed into probity. Probity can be internal, external. How it can be internal? By? Yes, conscience, internal conscience, character. We discussed the importance of conscience. Conscience is inner feeling of what is right or wrong. When inner feeling will be right, when positive socialization, conscience has been shaped properly, adoption of virtue ethics, that is conscience, etc. And external will be? What can be external? Probity can come internally. Internal is also aspect of behavior. ABC. Yes, code of conduct, code of ethics, RTS, citizen charter, conduct rules, all India service rules, central service rules 1964. This all aspects of external. This will be all be bombarded on a person, on a civil servant. If this is always there, then it will result in honesty, integrity and uprightness. It encompasses integrity as well. Not only integrity encompasses this, but we all know integrity is the most prime value for civil servants. The person will have an active mind. Active mind means change oriented, thinking out of the box. That is active mind. Passive mind will be rule oriented, follow the rules. That is passive mind. Active mind, positive attitude. You know the importance of positive attitude. Bring changes, there should be positive attitude. Negative attitude will result in prejudices, stereotyping people. Self-commitment, self-discipline. These are components of what? Self-commitment, self-discipline. That's why revise properly. Everything is not Weberian. There is discipline through rules in Weber. Loyalty, commitment, spirit of service, Weberian ethos, following rules, legal, rational bureaucracy. That will be external. Emotional intelligence, self-regulation, self-control, self-discipline, self-commitment, social regulation, social behavior in a socially desirable way. Emotional intelligence, courage also emotional intelligence, and promote values of civil services. Then this is Weberian ethos. So you can see how it encompasses everything what have been taught to you. That's why probity is very much a highly significant value. It is a summation of emotional intelligence, Weberian ethos, cultural values. Civil services value are also cultural values. Civil services value differ from country to country. Developed country may have different civil services value. Are important civil services values social justice, welfare of the people. So they promote civil services. Only an active mind can promote civil services, because civil services goals are what? Now, what are the goals? But is public service defined? What is public service? That's why probity is required. So this is probity. Clear now? What is probity? Active mind. This is one of the promotion of civil. ये सब भी तो है probity. It hampers governance. This relates to objectivity and impartiality. Straightforward. Yes, positive. Not that way. That being rude. Not that way that it doesn't show compassion. So straightforward will say no. Aadhaar doesn't match. You won't get. That not straightforward. It's objective, because here also it shows promotion of civil services values. It encompasses, like here says, it encompasses many values. Okay. So what is probity? This all is probity. Okay. Today, like Nolan committee talked about 7 values, and the title of that report was Probity in Public Services. Nolan committee. What are the values? Honesty, this is what? There's different color. Further categorization for you. What can be this? This is external. This is internal. So, probity in public services promotes both internal and through internal and external aspects. This is internal. Selflessness. Can you measure selflessness? Can you enforce selflessness? Honesty, best policy, but cannot be legislative. How can you check honesty? Leadership, that too. Main theory zyada hai. That is sometimes leadership is inborn. Trait theory, Big Five theory by Skinner. But also leadership can also be nurtured. Situation can also make person a leader. Okay, situation. I'll give one example. Openness, integrity, this is all internal, part of internal process. How situation can also give rise to leaders. Many situations in India also give rise to many leaders. But not that environment was, but it was more of what you say. More it was that family orientation. They can have also traits, also inherent traits of leadership. Yes, Anna Hazare movement, situation, and leader image, Anna Hazare, and situation gone. Anna Hazare also gone. Many situations were there, but didn't show anything, didn't speak anything. So this is probity, concept of probity. Clear? Probity. New values are coming. Make your short forms. Otherwise, you'll write selflessness, honesty in what is probity, and you'll write good governance in probity, transparency, accountability, art. More values will come. Code of ethics and code of conduct also. Okay, so write probity. Make this will be helpful for your understanding. One diagram, entire concept of probity. No time in exam. Draw this. Or case studies also you can make. It will be helpful. Today hopefully we will do case studies also. Yes. Not values. These are aspects of probity. Values are honesty, uprightness, integrity. I'll make you write. Don't worry. Just make this. Values are also been fed. Values also come. Straightforwardness, uprightness, non-compromising, internal, external. Then values are also fed. Probity is this: honesty, integrity, uprightness, active mind, positive attitude, self-commitment, self-discipline, courage, promotion of the values of civil services. So 45 minutes. हाँ ये आउटपुट है वैल्यूज ऑफ वैल्यू प्रोबेबिलिटी वैल्यूज आर इनपुट मतलब इन प्रोबेबिलिटी values are also there fed. Resultant is this: integrity, uprightness, and honesty. Values can be anything, can be fed. Yes, straightforward is characteristics. Objectivity, impartiality is a value. Straightforward has two interpretation also. It will be interpreted in positive sense here, in probity. If you want to write further, write internal, conscience, character. External can be rules, laws, code of conduct. Yes, it can be also. It encompasses all this. Spine example. Spine should be upright. Uprightness, standing by the values of civil services, being upright, honest. That is uprightness. Not bending. Not bending on political pressure. Remaining upright in all situations. Yes, standing by the values of civil services, not by values. Even in challenging situations. Now write down probity, an upright, straightforward, non-compromising attitude, an upright, straightforward, non-compromising attitude, and an active mind, for adhering to the civil services values. For adhering to the civil services values. For adhering to civil services values. Therefore, probity is considered a very broad concept. Therefore, probity is considered a very broad concept which encompasses honesty, integrity, and uprightness. A civil servant having probity will play an active role in resolving the problems of the society. Resolving problems of the society. As the civil servant with probity, will have high level of self-discipline, self-commitment, and courage. And will not compromise on any sort of indiscipline. Will not compromise on any sort of indiscipline and corrupt practices. Will not compromise on any sort of indiscipline and corrupt practices. Next para. Probity is promoted in two ways. First, internal factors. This conscience of a person, its own values. Conscience of a person, its own values, character, virtue, ethics. Own values, character, virtue, ethics. Second, external factors. Citizen, example, citizen charter, RTI. Work culture, conduct rules, etc. Today, both have been emphasized. Both factors are emphasized. Today, both factors are emphasized in promotion of probity. As Nolan Committee, both has been emphasized. What was the before sentence? As I framed the sentences in my mind, so I'm not able to recall. As both factors have been emphasized in promotion of probity in civil services. Such as the Nolan Committee in UK, in its report Probity in Public Life, in its report Probity in Public Life, gave 7 values. Write this and categorize as internal and external. Okay. Concept of public service. What is public service? Why public service? Why public service at least? What is public service? You want to join civil services for power, right? Power and authority. First lecture, no one, I guess, said public service, everyone power, glamour, Instagram, social media. Okay, now your activities been shaped. You are under right socialization for civil services. So there can be public service motive now. Yes, public service. Country, especially India, is a welfare state. So civil services, it is services, service to the people. That is public service. Service, that is nature having served the poor, especially the Antanoyodhya. How do you pronounce Antayodhya? Yes, that is the last man standing. Poorest state, poorest district, poorest village and poorest person. For that, you have to serve public service, wiping tear from every eye. That is public service. Public service should be based on what? Largely, these are the principles. Public service should be based on. It should be uniformity of the service, no discrimination, no negative discrimination on the basis of race, religion, etc. Uniformity of service. Do you get uniformity in service in government organization? Do you get? Anyone experience of government organization for work? You must have gone, driving license, etc. Was there uniformity of service? If you, it was there. Share some good experience if you have. Yes, uniformity means you are going to proper means. This document missing that. But if you are paying bribe, fast service, very fast. Yes, super service, no uniformity of service, but largely passport, I guess, sector has been revamped. They are a good service because so there are also some problem. But yes, there is private PPP in in passport seva. Tatas are involved. They also try to sell new products also. You want cover made by self-help group, they say. 1,000 rupees or 500 rupees cover, passport cover they are selling. But you go to market, Amazon, very cheap. There are no uniformity. No, but I guess in my city they have very overhauled it, very cooperative. When police verification is very proper. You need? But it differs, yes. But in some it has been overall good leadership was shown by the commissioner. But let's see. So if good practices are not institutionalized, to understand institutionalization of practices, that becomes a culture or part of that organization through rules or acts. No institutionalization of good practices, they won't be carried forward. They will stop. Many practices, we also explore. Some administrator may take good initiatives, then after he is gone, she is gone, no continuation of services. Because we also studied that reforms abroad, then political motives also, then person becomes larger than civil services. They want to conduct election also. We discuss, I guess, this Operation Soleimani, where it was opposed by local MLAs also. That aspect is also there. So there should be uniformity of service. Uniformity is service with dignity. So, did you get service with dignity in any government organization? Were you respected? Sir, please come. I am your service provider. Ma'am, please have a seat. Have water, coffee. Was there service with dignity? Service what? With humiliation. Yes. Yes. That is, there should be service with dignity. Because exemplary behavior is one of the values civil servant should adhere to. That is, treating every person with respect and respecting his or her dignity. So when you don't get, ask him, is this exemplary behavior for which you are a part of this great institution of called civil services? Many people have laid down their life to protect the culture and thoughts of this institution, and you are a disgrace to this institution. Suna kya? Suna person is humiliating you, and there should be काम होने के बाद सुना, फिर काम नहीं होगा. Okay. Cost effective service. Cost effective services. Services should be cost effective also. Passport, I guess 1,000 rupees they take. Can a poor person afford passport? If he wants to go to migrate to do some work, 1,000 rupees. I guess Tatkal passport is 5,000 rupees. 4,000. Then difficult. Quality of service. Now train charges also very much expensive as comparable to flight charges. So is it cost effective? Not cost effective. Service with dignity, cost effective, and there should be quality of service. Quality of service, that is quality aspects, not just quantity, quality also. Quality, yes, all files etc. should be passed very quick. Approval should come, single window system. That's why it was brought in as a part of e-governance, single window system to quality of service. You see, observe this when you are taking services from government, whether you get or no. Efficient and responsible pay. Why this all is needed? Why this all? From the government. See, if the private sector doesn't give this, it will perish. You all know, competition, someone else will come. Competition is there. For government, there is no competition. Passport will be issued by government only. Who will issue? Private sector cannot. It can help. Passport, government. Police services, government only. Why? We should expect this. Yes, very good. It is a part of social contract. We have given you the contract to you to rule. We have given you, surrendered your rights, our rights, and you should give this services. It's a part of the social contract. You are just a service provider. Services will not proper. We will change the service provided by next elections. So this is why we should get this kind of services. But even if you change the government, public servants are permanent. That's why they should be removed also. There are also many provisions we'll discuss. So this, because social contract. Now we all know private sector too has been providing public services. Government is partnering with them. PPP, highways, etc. are built, even PPP in hospitals, district hospitals, where again resources, extraction, natural gas, etc. But if with airports also, building airports, has the public service motive been diluted when private sector has jumped into public services sector? Has the public service nature? Understand public service nature? This is the nature. Has it been diluted when private sector is providing public services?
Yes.
So it is diluted or not?
The compromise on the benefit of the benefit becomes as the whereas the private sector post.
But PPP, I guess government regulation is there. Have you availed some services which are private, provided by private, but public service nature? Public services to private. So tell, has the public service motive diluted? Okay. You are ready to pay high prices for good services. So government will regulate telecom sector also try. So you kill BSNL so that Jio etc. is there. So regulating BSNL, make him BSNL. MTNL was also there. MTNL is nowhere to be heard nowadays. They have merged, I guess, with BSNL. And BSNL, they kill it. No 5G license, I guess. BSNL is in 5G. No 5G here. Okay. 5G. I need to check. But it's not actively promoted so that it can compete with private also. Yes, then has public services nature diluted with private sector jumping into public services? How?
But it is not
Motives. Public service motives diluted. Okay. Towards cost benefit. So ready to pay higher cost for good services.
They are serving the
Okay. Huh? Private? Service is poor and cost is also high. Public service motives diluted.
not much extent. But again, various fundamental also so we can't see here but
yes, to a large extent, we all know private, public, it has expertise, it has welfare, it does not have expertise. So partnership, expertise plus welfare, to a large extent, quality of service has been provided, but public service motive has been diluted. They will provide you services at a high cost. Cost of services has increased. Now airport, there is some cute charges. You know cute charges? Not that because you are cute you will be charged. Okay. Cute charges are those charges. They are also taking charges for using metal detectors etc. which the CISF or everything uses. Those are cute charges. Now for that we already paid taxes. Now again charges. Airports are totally PPP. Then cost of service has increased. Service is also not with dignity. If you have money, then you will get service with dignity from private players. Have you ever seen any poor person in private bank? Because no dignity. Have you seen any poor person in malls? Yeah, you may have, but not extremely poor person. They won't allow only. No service with dignity. Dignity is as well. Also, crony capitalism. You know how big nexus happens. PPP in private sector, in public, crony capitalism. Which is their farm insurance scheme. Farm insurance scheme is there. Fasal Bima Yojana. Private players were there to insurance, but when crops were destroyed, no private player was found to claim insurance of destruction of crops. That crony capitalism, total nexus. Service with dignity is also not there. Yes, indeed, service motive has been diluted, which should not happen, because the welfare of nature of the state, there should be social justice, as Rawls calls it. The motive should be social and economic justice. See how in COVID-19 was there cost-effective service, no beds availability, higher prices for beds, 3 lakh rupees for remdesivir. Then, if you are rich, then only you had some chance of survival. Oxygen, cylinders, black marketing. Yes, crony capitalism. This also, private sector, private hospital, you will get huge bill. The patient may also not get same. They will inflate bill. Despite regulating, government had benchmark rates also, but hardly been followed. We were aware, everyone is aware that benchmark is done, but what about the poor who are not much aware? Then this is how it affects the public service nature. This should be motive in public service. Public service should have this. Then it will. तो एक दो सेक्टर में larger aspect. Suppose there are 1,000 services provided by PPP. Suppose 90 have all this, but 10 doesn't have it. So you will take majority of to for analysis, not just one or two. It's not there. No, majority is not there. It is more macro picture. Some cases it can be. That is analysis by various scholars do all this analysis. So today in Indian Express, the writer was justifying increasing prices of telecom services, and he's saying one of the lowest in the world. But you should compare in terms of PPP, purchasing price parity, not that in absolute sense. And also he talks about regulatory capture, everything try was captured, but wrong. I think analysis you should see in PPP terms. Basket of goods which one can buy in $1, that is PPP. Generally $1, they give the example of McDonald's. In $1, how much McDonald's meal you can buy, and that will give a analysis of what is purchasing price parity. Economics concept. So understood concept of public service. So write down concept of public service. It means service nature. It means service nature. Every citizen is entitled for service. Every citizen is entitled for service by the state. And there should be First, uniformity of service. Second, cost-effective service. First, uniformity of service. Second, cost-effective service. Third, quality of service. Write in bracket opposite to quality of service, Sevattam. SEVOTTAM. Sevattam. SEVO. That is benchmarking of services. Citizen charter in India, there is benchmarking of services. If that services meet those standards, it is said Sevattam service. Citizen charter will benchmark these services. That is Sevattam. We discuss in citizen charter. Fourth, service with dignity. Service with dignity. Next, write in paragraph. This concept is based on the philosophy of social contract. This concept is based on the philosophy of social contract. As per social contract, state is a trustee of people. And has to serve the people. Therefore, people are owners of the resources. And not the state. Resources should be utilized in an efficient and responsible way. Resources should be utilized in an efficient and responsible way. Resources should be utilized in an efficient and responsible way. Now, right, next, give a kind of question. Is there dilution of concept of public service? When public services, is there dilution of concept of public services when public services are delivered through private sector? So this year lateral entry question may come in mains, or next year can it also come, very hot topic. Lateral entry. UPSC's favorite question. They may take reverse type question may ask. Now debate is going on, there should not be lateral entry. They will ask lateral entry is necessary for effective governance. In GS4 they can ask lateral entry is essential for ethical governance, critically examine. So is it necessary for ethical governance? Now this no one will teach you. You have to develop this analysis. Now issues are going on, and you will be writing means different issues may come. And you should not waste your time listening to videos. You should develop your critical thinking. Yes, tell now. Is lateral entry is necessity for ethical governance critically examined? What will be your view? Tell me the view, positive note. एंड में कुछ पॉजिटिव नेगेटिव के बाद कुछ व्यू दोगे ना, होना चाहिए नहीं होगा. Why? किसको? तो मेरिट से आ रहा है, इंटरव्यू हो रहा है उनका. 45 people advertisement, UPSC interview. UPSC will recommend to government. Interview is that. Okay, we'll do reservation also. Then it will give rise to democracy. Nepotism. नहीं, but fair process. तुम भी तो यही इससे जाओगे ना. यहाँ पे इंटरव्यू है, मेरिट बेस्ड सिलेक्शन. No, but let's assume neutrality, merit based है यहाँ. Very good. This was I was expecting. It will hamper the Weberian ethos. Loyalty, commitment, spirit of service may not be necessary, but you should also justify where there is total expertise. AI कहाँ से तुम करोगे civil servant? Yes, engineers are there, but specialization is required for AI. Artificial intelligence policy making, objective policy making. But you should also say it may compromise this loyalty, spirit of service, and commitment to the civil services values and the institution. The revolving door policy may promote instability also. May not be necessary because it is loggerheads at these values, but for expertise, some areas can be open for lateral entry, especially technical expertise, not where sovereign functions are being performed. There was also a recommendation, तुम यहाँ top पे ला रहे हो, joint secretary, तो यहाँ क्यों नहीं? District collector में भी ला lateral entry. Many things, it all depend, content will depend on the question. What kind of question is that? Lateral entry promotes expertise, which is required in civil services. Now there you should defend totally, but also write other point also. Expertise can be promoted from within also. Already, so I guess 60-70% are engineers. So already expertise is there. You just need to groom them, identify the domain, and keep them specialization. Why?
Why interactions and experience?
आता है तो इनको भी दो ना फिर expertise. Groom them. Yes, maybe they have higher expertise. Domain expertise is needed. That's why domain specialization. Depends on the intention of God. I feel lateral entry in some areas should be there. Specialization is needed. Cyber security, cryptocurrency, blockchain technology. Now many blockchain contracts, everything happen very efficient. That blockchain, right? Revise yourself. It will take half an hour for me to explain blockchain now. Service motive, welfare state, serving the citizens, serving the taxpayers. That is public service. Service to the people. That is public service. Service to citizens, Papa. Yes, I'll explain. Public servants and civil servants are two different. while code of conduct will deal with that. Public servants are not civil servants. All public servants cannot be civil servants. So, have you written that question? Now write, although in general, see, one thing, yes, engineers are running this world, and without engineers, the world cannot run. Every technology has touched each and every aspect of everyone's life. Even doctor cannot perform surgery without engineers. They need computers, they need stethoscope. These are all designed by engineers. Okay, something to be proud of. Although in general, due to privatization, quality of service may have improved. But at the same time, cost of service has increased. Public service motive has been diluted. Next, crony capitalism has emerged. Crony capitalism has emerged. Next, service is also not with dignity. Service is also not with dignity. Therefore, it is the responsibility of the state to ensure certain basic minimum standards. Therefore, it is responsibility of the state to ensure certain minimum standards in delivering services. In delivering services, it should ensure certain minimum standards in delivering services, especially health, education, to ensure common good to the society, especially health, education, to ensure common good to the society. As social justice is one of the most important aim of the state, according to Rawls. Amartya Sen was also not for total privatization. But we also know that private sector, there are issues with private sector providing services. It's not service with dignity, corruption also. private sector is there in hospitals also, but sector capability and health is only for them who can pay. Also, certain beds are reserved for poor in corporate hospital, but won't get service with dignity. You go to that poor section, see, very stark difference. The way doctor will also talk to you, and the services also you will get. Also, there is also one provision: if government land is given cheap to the corporate hospital, then also they have to reserve beds. Philosophical foundation of governance. Philosophical foundation means which are the broad values which should be the driving factor for governance. Broad values that govern the governance. Understood? Broad values, that is philosophical foundation of governance. So, which can be the broader values or broader theories of governance in India? Philosophical foundation. Connect with theories. Yes, social contract theory can be one philosophical foundation. Gandhian values, Gandhian philosophy, Kautilya also certain values. Constitution is the broadest framework. It encompasses lot of theories. That is the foundation for governance in India. So, foundation, small topic. See, there is core. Every country has some core foundation values, and there is contours also. That is this broader framework. It can keep expanding. But core value of India, governance is what? Secularism, welfare state, social justice, that is core. This keeps on expanding, adding new values, good governance, ethical governance, compassionate capitalism, etc. Core is a fundamental value. Contours are broader philosophical framework. Indian administration is broadly governed by this. You have to follow Indian administration. And the broadest framework is what for Indian administration? But framework, public services value. Framework is DPSP. This Directive Principles and State Policy. It is also broadest framework for what? For government also, policy making, policy implementation, and these are all. They are from various philosophy. Gandhian philosophy you will find, social justice you will find, welfare state you will find, everything you will find. Read DPSP is also very important. Question comes, which is Gandhian DPSP? This is modern DPSP. Williams it has come. That is what should be the foundation of governance. Philosophy that should form the basis for governance, and the most important motive is, yes, public service and building social capital. What is social capital? Social capital. Yes, trust. Social capital, biggest social capital is trust. That is the main aspect of governance, to building trust between the people, and trust will result in truth, and truth will result in ethical governance. As we know, truth is lost, everything is lost. That's why Satyamev Jayate. This is not much to tell. All theories has been discussed. Question may come, which are some foundational philosophical foundation which can be the framework for governance. Then choose any 2-3 foundation theories, etc., and justify. Do choose Gandhi's foundation, and then you have to write this. All is a summation is already there in the constitution, and identify some values which the constitution and those theories match, and then they connect with the administration, DPSP. Then further, if you have space or question demands, analyze also whether these values have been have been followed by the government or administration. Give positives, give negatives, when it is followed, when not, social contract violated, emergency, etc. Use of EDCPI, and it has also been followed. Poverty reduction has happened, life expectancy has increased, and independence. So largely it has been successful, but suggests reforms also that we should not only favor for governance, but also ethical governance to build social capital, that is truth in the society. So this is not much to tell in this part. So write down. Yes, also religious philosophies can also be the foundation of governance, Gita, etc. Everything is summation is there in the constitution. Religious philosophies also you'll find. Compassion should be the basis of governance according to Swami Vivekananda. Right, if you want quotes, compassion should be the basis of governance. Swami Vivekananda, the basis of governance. Should be the basis of governance, Swami Vivekananda. And truth and love should be the basis of ethics. Truth and love should be the basis of ethics. Swami Vivekananda. एक ही क्लब करके लिख लो, सेपरेट सेपरेट लिख लो. It's one and the same. दोनों स्वामी विवेकानंद. Alright, philosophical foundation means values and ideals. Which can act as a broader framework of governance. Values and ideals which can act as the broader framework of governance. There are many such ideals and values. Such as social contract theory, Kautilya's Arthashastra, religious philosophies, constitution, all such philosophies can be found in the Indian Constitution. And it has incorporated, all these philosophies can be found in the Indian Constitution, and it has incorporated all the ideals especially in its preamble, DPSPs, fundamental duties and fundamental rights. They work as a core. They work as the core and contours. Core and contours. This is contour, which will keep on expanding. Of government. Right, core means core. Fundamentals of governance. Fundamentals of governance. And contours, right? Broadest periphery of governance. Broadest periphery of governance. Also, administration should remain in these broad contours and govern. Administration should remain in these broad contours and govern. Also, further governance today is defined. Governance today is defined as nothing but building social capital. Building social capital. Which is equivalent to building trust. And trust cannot be built without truth. And trust cannot be built without truth. Philosophy of Satyagraha. Can be the contour of governance. Can be a contour also. Or see, that is non-violence will also come in Satyagraha. It can't be always non-violence when other country attacks. No, contours it will further expand. That is contour, periphery keeps on expanding. Write core and contour then. Because I was interpreting in terms of non-violence. Otherwise, right, philosophy of Satyagraha can also be one of the philosophies of governance. Now, code of conduct and code of ethics. For civil servants, there are detailed code of conduct. We know many rules, acts, even in the constitution, there is code of conduct. Only country where the constitution also mentions civil services. But why there is need for a very detailed code of conduct for civil services? Why detailed code of conduct? For civil services. Batao, why? So much has been discussed, I guess. You'll be able to tell.
Civil servants
Yes, one reason is this. Ambiguity of rules. Discretion is there. So, yes. Yes, still I'm looking from this side. Let new people also be participating. Try to guess. First lecture also some things were discussed on these lines. And one answer was also shown to you. You have written that answer also once. Huh? But public servants are also judiciary, MPs, MLA, they are also public servants. They come also from different background, but not so much detailed code of conduct if this segment has. They also do welfare. No, but that's reduced discretion administrative state. That is what Waldo calls it.
So they use the specific word so there are some rules
that is significance of code of conduct, but this also has same background. The code of conduct, yes, do's or don'ts, but largely don'ts. Anyone want to try? Okay. They had more discretion there. Yes, you can say post-colonial legacy largely. Yes, because they perform vital functions and sovereign functions. Very sensitive functions they perform. So there should be a guiding force. So that is code of conduct. These people don't perform that sovereign or sensitive functions. Do judiciary perform police roles? Police role very sensitive. Developmental roles. Do MPs and MLAs perform police functions? They are represented. They can be the boss of police functionary, but execution is all performed by civil servants. So because of these factors, they have very detailed code of conduct. Vital functions, sovereign functions. Sovereign functions which the territory and integrity of the country they perform. See, BSF, etc. BSF is a paramilitary force and the boss is IPS. Most of the time, there is also debate. Paramilitary people should be the boss from CSF, CRPF, but they will never allow. Recruitment also happens directly for CSF, paramilitary forces. Their bosses are IPS, IPS lobby, IPS association. Paramilitary is between army and police. Either you are army, either you are police. Don't have power and authority of police also, don't have power and authority of army also. बीच में फंस से चुके हो तुम. Yes. Little bit civil interaction you will have at airport, etc. Police has civilian interaction, that's why they can wield power and authority. या paramilitary में किस पे तुम करोगे power and authority? कंगना रनौत पे. One paramilitary person exercise, I guess, power and authority. Then, I guess suspension happened, reinstatement or transfer happened. Very bad conduct. It's against your profession. That you can do in personal, not in uniform. Against code of conduct. Yes, vital and sovereign functions. And they have lot of discretion. We have discussed many times how they have lot of discretion. That's why absolute power corrupts absolutely. Power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. This code of conduct has been as old as administration. Even Kautilya Arthashastra mentions some code of conduct. British time also there was code of conduct, and largely we have also adopted many British code of conduct because there is continuation of bureaucracy. Like that's why Nehru was totally against bureaucracy. Bureaucracy should not be there. Yes, fossilization, but Sardar Patel prevailed. It is the steel frame of India. Yes, we needed stability also that time. Without bureaucracy, how there can be stability all over? All people who manning were products of freedom struggle movement. They know about all this democracy, liberty, but they don't know how to run the government. Running the government is by bureaucracy. Bureaucracy can run the government. They can form the government but not run the government. So code of conduct, largely yes, in Mughal times of Mughal Empire also there was code of conduct. Mansabdari system, etc. had code of conduct. So yes, code of conduct is there for detail for civil services, judiciary, MPs, MLAs. It's only detail for this, not detail for this. What code of conduct for judiciary? Only Judges Inquiry Act is there, 1968. No other code of conduct. No explicit code of conduct. That's why that Judicial Accountability Bill was supposed to be passed. It's not passed yet, I guess. Judiciary, no code of conduct. For here also, MPs, MLA, no code of conduct. What is code of conduct? Nothing. Only moral sanction is there. Ethics committee. That is code of ethics largely. For civil for MPs, MLA, and governance cannot be alone ensured by this. We also discussed ethical governance. Yes, this triangle. If they are following code of conduct, no code of conduct here. Politics is also one of the important stakeholders in ethical governance. ARC2 therefore recommends there should also be code of conduct here for other public servants as well. Civil servants cannot be alone responsible for governance. Governance, we know it's a partnership, discussed many times. Now, what is the difference between public servants and civil servants? Tell public servants. Civil servants. But difference. What is the difference? Yes, but yes, judges also perform a bit sovereign functions. Theory of separation of powers, democracy. Mhm. What is difference? Anyone want to try? Civil servants सबको बनना है. They don't know the difference also. Civil servants and public servants. First, there was problem in motivation. What is your motivation for public service? Many had power, authority, glamour, etc. Now, tell difference. जहाँ जाना उसका ही पता नहीं. अच्छा. So do judges work for government? Do judges work for government? Okay. Public servant with the government. Okay. So ministers don't work for government. They are working with government. And MPs, MLAs are the government. Okay. Largely, all public servants derive salary from Consolidated Fund of India. This is public servants. These are civil servants. Civil servants are those servants who are governed by Article 309 to Article 312. Those are civil servants. Only constitution, I guess, in the world that mentions civil services in the constitution. So what is articles? Very hot topic. One day it will come in PS2 at least, I know. This debate whether provision should be there in the constitution for civil services. Today or tomorrow it's going to come. Optional once it has come very precisely. 309, 3010, 3011, 312. This deals with recruitment, regulations, legislature, regulate recruitment of civil services. 3010, civil servants hold the office on the pleasure of the president or governor. Governor or president. 311, civil servant cannot be removed except by the appointing authority. Only appointing authority can remove. Appointing authority is the president. And 3112, you tell polity, important article. 3112. 312. 312. Very important items. This I can expect you may not be knowing. Huh? Termination. यहाँ पे रिक्रूटमेंट आ गया तो यह टर्मिनेट. Already terminated. Appointing authority can remove the person. It is yes, functions, powers will come. What constitution mentions functions of civil services? I will also like to know. It also deals with federalism also. Huh? I heard you don't watch polity. Okay, you can watch also Rajya Sabha TV, Lok Sabha TV, you can watch also. Sunset TV now. At least someone tells no one has read polity. I guess. No option. Yes, you can quote in federalism also. All India service can be created only by Rajya Sabha. Federalism, I guess it has already come. Rajya Sabha has the powers to create all India services. Only, I guess, one of the only power. Rajya Sabha powers are more than Lok Sabha. Very important. Also, there are 3 all India services. Which are 3? IS, IPS and Forest. Also, there has been debate to create more Indian education services, Indian health services. Yes, they should create Indian judicial services also. President now when that talks about there should be Indian judicial services, examination should be conducted. Even Modi ji also it has come or will come also. Should there be a need of more all India services? In GS2 it can come. I don't think so. It will come in GS4. So this is the difference between public servants and civil services. Code of Code of conduct is the rules which govern the conduct of civil services. Their first also were part like in Kautilya's time also they are introduced in British rule. Code of conduct has explicit provision. This very there is a lot of debate can go on for half an hour on these provisions, but not needed here. Maybe I am saying not needed here and question comes in ethics one. So there are many conduct rules, 1964, all India conduct rules, central services conduct rules, also all India service rules 2014. These are all deals with conduct rules. Also IPC, now Bharat Nyaya Sanhita, Official Secret Acts, Prevention of Corruption Act, all deal with the conduct of civil services. The characteristics are, what are the characteristics? Those who are not civil servants and drawing salary from Consolidated Fund of India are public servants. All public servants may not necessarily be civil servants, but all civil servants are public servants. Okay. Write this much, otherwise it will be a lot of things to write then. You get bored. For civil services, under Code of Conduct, for civil services, there are detailed provisions for Code of Conduct. And Code of Ethics in many countries. Because they perform vital functions of the society. They also perform sovereign functions. They also perform sovereign functions. Have lot of discretion. Have lot of discretion. In nutshell, they exercise power. And power lies at the heart of the administration. Power lies at the heart of the administration. Who said this? Yes, Max Weber. Power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely, right? As power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Since the evolution of civil services, next para. Since the evolution of civil services, even during Kautilya's time, there was code of conduct for civil servants. There was code of conduct for civil servants. In modern times, nation states have adopted code of conduct, including India. In modern times, nation states have adopted code of conduct, including India. Code of conduct is very explicit for civil servants. Code of conduct is very explicit. Explicit means detailed. Explicit for civil servants. Therefore, there are many rules, regulations, and laws. There are many rules, regulations, and laws. But same can't be found for public servants. But same can't be found for public servants. But in defense, there is very strict code of conduct that you can also write. But in defense services, there is very strict code of conduct. Defense services, there is very strict code of conduct. So some civil services and defense services have detailed code of conduct. Therefore, need has been felt for code of conduct. Need has been felt for code of conduct for first judges. As of now, they are governed by Judges Inquiry Act 1968. Second, for legislators and ministers. For legislators and ministers. If you don't understand legislators, write lawmakers. Even ARC2 recommended explicit code of conduct for them. Need is Judges Enquiry Act 1968. Therefore, need is that all public servants, including civil services, should be subject to certain minimum standards. Therefore, need is that all public servants, including civil services, should be subject to certain minimum standards. To ensure uniformity in conduct and responsibility. To ensure uniformity in conduct and responsibility, as civil servants alone cannot ensure ethical governance. Now make this civil servants, public servants, Article 309 to 312, and all public servants are those servants who derive salary from Consolidated Fund of India. This Consolidated Fund of India, Contingency Fund of India. 309. Also, contract-based appointment may also happen. Yeah, they also derive salary from Consolidated Fund of India. Contract-based appointment also they derive salary from a Consolidated Fund of government who appoints on contract. Other people on contract. They are contract-based appointment. Yes, they are also considered public servants, but not civil servants. So you can write relations that all civil servants are public servants, but all public servants are not civil servants. All civil servants are public servants, but all public servants are not civil servants. Right, this article also may be helpful for you. 309 legislature regulates the recruitment and condition of services. Legislature regulates the recruitment of civil services and their condition of service. Legislature regulating recruitment and condition of services of civil servants. Okay. 310, the civil servants hold office on the pleasure of president or the governor. 3. Legislature may regulate the recruitment and condition of service of civil servants. 310 is civil servants hold the post on the pleasure of the president or governor. State legislature, state civil servants hold pleasure of governor. 311, they can be removed only by the appointing authority. And 312, Rajya Sabha power over all India services. CARC2 also talks about there should be Article 310 and 311 should be abolished. That is, no one should hold 310, no one should hold any office on the pleasure of anyone. 311 is a very big debate. This also talks about abolition. In the end, I'll tell you a little bit about all this. 311. Yes, he talks about abolish this both. Huh? No one can hold pleasure of anyone. They are appointed. This is more of British colonial legacy, holding office on the pleasure of Her Majesty, the Queen. Now, our code of conduct are conduct rules for civil servants. Are the conduct rules for civil servants which governs their acts of omission and commission. Are conduct rules of civil servants which governs the acts of omission and commission. Omission and commission. Right, conduct rules which governs the conduct of civil service. Simple, okay? It's public administration term. You want to write or write in simple words? Repeat the sentence. Omission and commission of civil servants. Although they were first introduced in British India, although they were introduced first time in the British India, officially, that is, they were formulated. That is what it means. First time in British India. Today, code of conduct consists of provisions of the Constitution, (309 to 311), second, conduct rules. First is it consists of provision of Constitution. Second, conduct rules. Such as Civil Services Conduct Rules 1964, Central Services Conduct Rules 1964, 1964, not 1984. Both are 1964. Central services conduct rules. Central services are those services which they exclusively work for the central government, like IRS, Indian Audit and Account. All India services. Why they are called All India services? Wait, tell. Anywhere, IS gets only one state cadre or all over the country cadre? Any state. So that state specific services it should be. See, they are called All India services because they work for state government also and state central government also. Initially, they will work for state government, then deputation to central government. Also, they perform sovereign functions, all India functions. Central services don't perform that many sovereign functions. They perform sovereign functions and they are posted. They are posted in center and state also. That's why they are called as All India services. They work for the state government also and central government also. So here, district collector works for state government. Then after policy, he'll get to secretariat of the state government. But they can also go to deputation to central government. They can also work in CBI, ED also. That is central government agencies. So both state and center. So that's why they are called as All India services. There was also debate that IRS, Customs, Excise should be given All India services status because GST is now All India, and this was rejected. Many things to talk, but we'll keep things limited to ethics. All India Service Rules 2014. All India Service Rules 2014, Bharat Nyaya Sahita, Official Secret Act, Prevention of Corruption Act, Prevention of Corruption Act. So what can be the characteristics of conduct rules? Certain characteristics, they are essential for ensuring discipline in the organization. There also can be a foundational value of civil services, that is ensuring discipline. That is one of the characteristics. Also, they are enforceable. Isn't they are enforceable? You understand enforceable? That is, if you violate, you will be punished. That is enforceable. They are also both positive and negative. That is, positive means what you should do. That is positive. And negative, what you should not do. Don'ts. But they are largely don'ts. Very few do's, largely don'ts. These are the characteristics. Also, there is some other that there is a process and procedure also. If you violate some conduct rule, there is a process, inquiry will happen, everything will happen, there will be punishment. The process and procedures are well established. Some of conduct rules are, you should not take bribe, you should not use your public office for private gains, you should not accept gifts. Some of the conduct rules, decision should not result in loss to government. You should save money as if it's your own money. That is fiduciary responsibility also. Should not use office for personal gains. So largely don'ts, but most of the conduct rules are followed in violation. Gift culture, festivals. All bureaucrats will get lots of gifts on Diwali and Holi. Gift culture. Maybe culture is strong rather than rationality, Nazarana, Sukrana, are all legacy of British. Also Mughal Empire also. Then British legacy. It gone passing. This is what largely there are largely don'ts, and this becomes the basis for disciplinary action. If you don't follow rules, there will be disciplinary action. Disciplinary action, many types disciplinary action. Departmental inquiry. Inquiry by CBI, ED. Then judiciary also, disciplinary action. Lokayukta, if there is Lokayukta. Judiciary, CBI, NHRC, also National Commission of Women. We are talking about Lokayukta. Karnataka Lokayukta, very strong. Today also it was in news that Union Minister K. Siddaramaiah, I guess, or SD Devegowda has been found guilty. Now that governor also issue comes. Governor is not giving permission to prosecute Union Minister, but he has given permission to prosecute the Chief Minister of the state. And he is saying without inquiry, he is giving. So, in GS2 important, in ethics also you can connect absence of constitutional morality and ethics in governance. Constitutional morality and ethics and governance you can connect here. Here's this only government can do. This citizens can also do. You cannot order CBI inquiry. Can you order CBI inquiry? You can only request. Government will fund departmental inquiry done by government. But this here you can go. You can file PIL. People, Lokayukta also complete. You can also complete to NHRC and National Commission of Women. All those independent bodies. Now, अब inquiry हो गई तुम्हारे पे. Punishment. There are 8 types of punishment. Minor punishment, major punishment, reprimand, withholding increment, withholding promotion, do you understand reprimand? Recovering of loss. Reprimand, minor punishment, reprimand. Reprimand, you don't know reprimand. You will be called to the office. You will be humiliated. What is this? What are you doing? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? Are you dumb? You don't deserve to be part of this institution. Now go. That is a reprimand. Withholding increment. Increment happens, dearness, allowance, everything, and you withhold. Withholding promotion also largely, withholding promotion, recovering loss. Your decision resulted in a loss of something. Now that money you have to pay. That is, so 4 minor and major penalties will be power and authority exercise. कभी यहाँ करो, कभी chance मिला. Don't exercise on people. Exercise in your institution. If someone is not doing right things, reprimand. Okay. Now major will be demotion, lower rank, removal, first the removal, compulsory retirement, dismiss. Do you understand Demotion, you are DM. You will be demoted to SDM. Very rare cases they do, but do. Removal, temporary, you will be suspended. You can come back to the organization again. Largely it is in minor things, thoda temporary suspended. Police high-handedness, temporarily suspend. 2-3 years or few months, then you can come back. Compulsory retirement, then your services will be reviewed. 15 years and 25 years, there's provision pension rules. 15 years, warning will be given. If still you don't improve, you will be compulsorily retired. And when compulsory retirement happens, Article 311 does not come into the picture. That is, the government can remove. On appointment authority not necessarily may remove you. Appointing authority is the president. So government can remove compulsory retirement. Dismisses. Tata, bye bye. Thank you. Okay, dismiss. So what is the difference here? Your compulsory retirement, this happens, but also you can get pension also. Here mostly you won't get pension also. Dismiss from the service. So these are the 8 types of what punishment they will take. See, conduct rules violated, you try to connect. These are these conduct rules violated. This happened, inquiry, CPI, ED, etc. Then this will happen. But how many civil servants have been dismissed? Very few, very few. ARC2 made a lot of observation inquiries. To complete an inquiry, it takes on an average 2 years against any person, any civil servants. 2 years to complete an inquiry. Article 311 also is a very major roadblock in removal of civil servants. Article that is, appointing authority is your removal authority. The last few things I'll tell now. Okay. See, Article 311 was adopted by the constitution makers. That time that was very much instability. To ensure stability and give protection to civil servants, Article 311 was adopted. But now, largely, which type of government we have? Governance we have. Minimum government, maximum governance. So, ARC2 observes, yes, that time they have used this word, not this. So, because of this, if you are not performing well, you should be removed. Maximum governance, minimum government, leaner. It's very difficult to remove this. It also says, further, this protection also is also extended to PSU employees, public servant, public sector undertaking employees also. But we are talking about public sector today should compete with private sector for efficiency. But here, if there is few inefficient employees in public sector, how you will remove them? How you will bring efficiency? It is very difficult. Also, we had taken this from British people, this legacy. Even UK doesn't have this protection. They have removed this. So it makes an argument, remove this Article 311 and give some protection. Make only with these 2 articles you remove 309 and 311 and insert one article that will give requisite protection to civil services from arbitrary dismissal. It is too much of protection. And he also observed as many as 30-40 steps are required, 30-40 procedures need to be followed to complete an inquiry on civil servants. Also, it has further provision, conduct rules, joint secretary and above. If you want to conduct an inquiry, rank of joint secretary and above, you should take permission from the government. If government gives permission, then only you can conduct an inquiry against joint secretary and above. Now, if minister is also involved in scam, if joint secretary takes a decision, will minister give this permission to prosecute joint secretary? So hardly no one gets removed. Also, there is IPS lobby who also acts as a roadblock in removing corrupt civil servants. Like it is said that ARC2 made this observation on this only, that honest officers are corrupt and honest officers are punished and corrupt officers are given plum posting, significant posting. That's why it talks about risk profiling of offices. Risk profiling should be there. So this may happen. Also, it had done analysis of few cases. It has found that if 100 enquiries are completed by CVC or etc., only 2 to 3 civil servants are punished. Enquiry after completion of enquiry. Enquiry, so many things, you have to take this permission, that permission, and 100 enquiries, and it takes 2 to 3 years to complete enquiry against one person. Then after following this step, 2 to 3 will be punished, even if they are found guilty. So this is how protection is there. That's why that IS Maharashtra case, he was a probationary officer. That's why this may not come into picture. If she would not be a probationary officer, this would have happened. That she will have the protection under 309 and 311. I guess UPSC removed her, right? UPSC dismissed her. Yes, candidature, because she was a probationary officer. If she would have been totally a civil servant, completed her training, then president needed to remove her. And this would have been very difficult. So that protection she doesn't get under 309 and 311. So ARC2, that's why Hota committee etc. made a lot of recommendation. ARC2 said they'll minimize the number of steps. Minimize the number of steps. Second, it said people who are caught red-handed, they should be removed first. Then inquiry should be conducted. Even people who are caught red-handed, it's difficult to remove them also. So much of protection is there. And also, there should be separation. There should be separation of commission of offence and amassing wealth. Now, what is this? Separation of commission of offence and amassing wealth. Anyone want to try? You commit an offence, and that offence also results in amassing wealth, illicit gains. Now what is that? What the situation procedure is? An investigating agency should prove this both. The ARC2 says you separate this. This commission of offence should be proven by investigating agencies, and liability of this should lie on the civil servant, that he should prove that he has not amassed this wealth by illicit means. If he fails, then you take that wealth, confiscate that wealth. Understood? First, it was both needs to be proven. Now they are saying this offence should be proved by investigating agency, and liability of this should be proved by himself. Can also result in amassing wealth. Situation can come, both can result in this situation they are talking, not necessarily. So this and also what we should conduct rules is to take any action against civil servant, investigating agency has to prove beyond doubt that offence has happened. How it's possible to prove beyond doubt anything? Very difficult, because see, electoral bonds also, you see, they will make this company here that shell company will take money here and money out. How this is going to prove it beyond doubt? Shell company also in different name, different owner's name. Very difficult. That's why it made no observers. It's very difficult to remove civil servants. Only 100 out of 2 to 3 are removed. So that's why there is all see thou conduct rules are not effective. So what is needed? Ethics in governance. Okay, there is need for code of ethics. ARC2 talked about adoption of code of ethics for civil servants and code of conduct for ministers also. Bill was presented in the parliament in 2005, I guess. Public Service Bill 2005-6, but was not passed, so there is no code of ethics for civil servants as of now. So write down this much, then we will discuss code of ethics. Characteristics of conduct rules. Just a minute. चलो घर से लिख के ला मॉडल आंसर लिखने के बाद offense has been committed of suppose black money, generating black money, you have amassed wealth also. Previously both this amassing wealth also and this should be proved by investigating agency. ये हुआ है. Now they say separate this. Liability of this lies on this in a negative way, that it should show that you have how you have acquired wealth. If you are not able to tell, then your wealth will be confiscated. Right? In some states it's been accepted. Bihar and Jammu Kashmir also there is separation. Thus, wealth has been also confiscated also. Against the state's domain, Bihar and JK had accepted this. Interestingly, Bihar, we all know, wherever there is no private sector, that state will see corruption because it will be Babu Dome there. Private sector will bring competition to bureaucracy. And private sector happens, then civil society, NGOs, everything will happen. Private sector will come when there is rationality in the capitalism. We know why Weber formulated, because industrial revolution, people needed state to protect their wealth. So that's why bureaucracy came. The private sector is also important. Characteristics of conduct rules. They are enforceable. First, they are enforceable, first point. Next, they have defined process and procedure. Define process and procedure for disciplinary actions. Define process and procedure for disciplinary actions. They are both positive and negative. They are both positive and negative. Positive, like right, do's. Do's. That is, it tells civil servant what to do. And negative, don'ts. What the civil servant should not do. Don'ts. But largely they are don'ts. Right? But largely they are don'ts. Also, there is one conduct rule: if civil servant acquires a wealth more than 10,000 rupees. It should tell the government. Now, this, do you think this is followed? This is followed in violation. Conduct rules needs amendment. That time, I guess 1964, 10,000 must be allowed. So that's why it made that there should be code of ethics also. Now, next point, such conduct rules are essential. Such conduct rules are essential for discipline and good behavior. Such conduct rules are essential for discipline and good behavior. Alright, next, some conduct rules are as follows. Some conduct rules are: first, they should not take bribe. They should not take bribe. Second, they should not favor and disfavor. And disfavor. Next, decision should not result in loss to government. Fourth, should keep private and public affairs separate. Next, should not take bribe, should not take gift. Should not take gift. Next, should not use office for personal gains. Should not use office for personal gains. If there is a violation of code of conduct, if there is a violation of code of conduct, then there will be disciplinary actions. If there is violation of code of conduct, then there will be disciplinary actions. Such as departmental inquiry, inquiry by CBI, ED, inquiry by NHRC, HCW, Lokayukta, judiciary, inquiry by NHRC, HCW, Lokayukta, judiciary, there are 8 types of disciplinary action. Four minor, 4 minor and 4 major. Right, and the minor 4 minor ones. Reprimand, withholding increment, reprimand, withholding increment, withholding promotion, next recovering of loss. Four major. Demotion to lower rank, demotion to lower rank, compulsory retirement, removal from services, dismissal, dismissal, there are also pension rules. There are also pension rules for civil servants. According to which civil servants can be removed. According to which civil servants can be removed if they are not efficient. Even it has been justified by Supreme Court. And Article 311 does not come in the picture. As removal is not due to disciplinary offense, but due to inefficiency. This pension rule has become the basis for the present government's policy, has become the basis for the present government's policy of perform or perish. Of perform or perish. After 15 years, services are reviewed. If not found satisfactory, warning is given. If not found satisfactory, warning is given. After 25 years, found unsatisfactory, service is terminated. And several officers have been removed under this policy. See, I guess UP government also have adopted this policy. They have also terminated many government officers under this rules. The concerned department, ministry, or the PMO reviews all this. If largely for central government, it is the PMO. PMO is like a black box. You don't, something goes in, but you don't know what is happening. Something will come out. There is secrecy in PMO. PMO has become like White House, elephantine size, and the role of cabinet secretary has come down. PMO has increased. Whenever single party government is in power, power of PMO increases substantially. Next, right, problems with conduct rules. क्या मिस हो गया? Ask me, I'll repeat. What's the problem? Code of conduct. Read the complete sentence. If found unsatisfactory, they will be removed. More than many officers have been removed. Last added, I guess 200 plus have been removed. I need to check again. Problems with conduct rules. Enquiries are often delayed. Enquiries are often delayed. Often delayed. Even it takes more than 2 years. Even it takes more than 2 years. Next, Article 311. Acts as a roadblock. In removal of civil servants. Next, to conduct an inquiry. For an officer above rank of joint secretary, permission is needed from higher authority. Permission is needed from higher authority. Lobbies such as IS/IPS, associations, hinders enquiries, acts as an obstruction against enquiry. not hinder bug. Also, inquiry, yes, also inquiry should prove beyond doubt. Inquiry should prove beyond doubt. There is violation of conduct rules. Violation of conduct rules, which is very difficult. It has been found, right in paragraph. CVC recommends action. CVC, Central Vigilance Commission, recommends action, but actions are not taken. As if 100 civil servants have been found guilty, as 100 civil servants have been found guilty, only 2 or 3 are punished. You want to write that honest officers are punished, etc. Will manage? Okay, manage that. Yeah, then write ARC2 recommendations. First, minimize the steps. Minimize the steps of inquiry. Minimize the steps of inquiry, that is number of procedures and processes. That is number of procedures and processes. Next, law should be simplified so that it is effective and adequate. So that it is effective and adequate. Next, Article 311 should be abolished. Code of ethics for civil servants and code of conduct for ministers. Next, separation of commission of offence and amassing wealth. Amassing wealth. You want to write that or you manage this? Commission of offence, that is investigating agency should prove. Right, commission of offence. Which should be proven by investigating agencies. and amassing wealth. Liability lies on the government side. Amassing wealth, liability lies on the government servant. If not able to prove, property will be forfeited. Is practiced in J&K and Bihar. Forfeited. Practiced in J&K and Bihar. This हो गया कुछ. Next, there should be ethics commissioner. To enforce good conduct and good discipline. To enforce, there should be ethics commissioner to enforce good conduct and good discipline. Are you ready to sit till 7:30? Huh? Okay, we'll discuss code of ethics then also, and we'll do case studies also. Yes, largely it has been highlighted by ARC2. Now, why we need code of ethics? Yes, code of conduct is not sufficient because yes, anyone want to try? Why code of ethics is needed? Huh? Yes, character, conscience, inner feelings. But necessity, why necessity? Internal checks, yes. Necessity is because code of conduct are not sufficient and they largely deal with don'ts. It doesn't tell what to do. Ethical dilemma. What you will do? Both values need to be followed. So it deals with don'ts, not with do's. Absence of do's. That's why code of ethics is needed. Also, we have discussed how code of conduct is insufficient. There is a need for code of ethics. It is also possible that person may be accountable, can be held accountable, but not responsible. There can be accountability, but not responsibility. That is what can be the characteristics. It deals with the moral side of civil servants. It deals with moral side. This deals with legal side. It deals with the inner aspects of civil servants. Inner conscience, character, virtue ethics, self-commitment, responsibility. This can't be enforced by any rules or regulation. This will be enforced by this can be act as a guide. Code of ethics can act as a guide for this, because code of ethics can't be enforceable. It's not enforceable. It is desirable. Okay. It is desirable and should be encouraged. Tell what is code of ethics. If you miss, you ask me. Conceptual clarity is important. Tell. Tell what is code of ethics. And how will you write difference between code of conduct and code of ethics? If you miss, you ask me. There is no, I will repeat again. But don't compromise on conceptual understanding. I'll repeat again. Listen. Why code of conduct ethics is needed? Because code of conduct is found to be inadequate. We have discussed how it is inadequate. Code of conduct also deals with don'ts. You understand don'ts? It talks about you should not take bribe, you should not take gifts, you should not use public office for private gains. But it does not deal with do's. क्या करना चाहिए ये नहीं बताते code of conduct. So when ethical dilemma happens, code of conduct will say don't do this, but what to do here? That code of ethics will tell. Code of conduct can ensure accountability but not responsibility. It deals with the moral side. It deals with the moral side, the inner side, inner checks it promotes. Inner checks also important for probity. External check is code of conduct. It cannot be enforced, but it is desirable. That is code of ethics. Honesty is the best policy, but it cannot be legislated. So, only honesty can happen if there is code of ethics. Can you promote citizen-friendly behavior? Can there be any rules to promote citizen-friendly behavior? How will you measure citizen-friendly behavior? Is there a measuring parameter? Code of ethics will morally promote citizen-friendly behavior, proactive governance, good governance, and ethical governance can happen only if there is code of ethics. In India, no code of ethics, only code of conduct. As said, public service bill was introduced 2006 or 5, but it was not passed. Scandinavian countries have code of ethics also. United States, UK have code of ethics also. US has Department of Ethics. Department of Ethics, okay. We have Department of Administrative Reforms. When it was established, UK, Nolan Committee, in 90s it came. This forms the basis of Code of Ethics for civil servants. Very high emphasis is given in UK to ensure civil services values and ethics in civil services is followed. Now, when it must have been established? Department of Ethics. Anyone want to guess which year? Now just take a judgment. Now this all US, yeah? Early 90s. Tell anyone here. 1970s. 2000s. कब हुआ रहेगा? हाँ? Early 90s after LPG. Guess any year? Should be your intuition. Nineteenth century, end of 19th century. 1954. Department of Ethics, so early. Have you ever heard corruption in US by civil servants? Highly moral. Public administration was also born in United States. Woodrow Wilson wrote an essay, Need for Public Administration. Means a need to study administration in 1887. Huh? That is legal because lobbying is legal in US. Regulated. यहाँ भी lobbying होती है, but no regulation. Regulation should be there. So this is how they are highly moral, and Scandinavian countries have adopted UN, UNDP, OECD. We also discuss ethics in IR. They also have standard of code of conduct and code of ethics. Based on this model of UN, UNDP, many other countries also have adopted code of ethics. Brazil also has code of ethics for civil servants. Even many African countries, South Africa has adopted code of ethics on the models designed by UNDP, UN, OECD. In India, code of ethics has been recommended by Hota committee first. He was also a member of UPSC and ARC2. Bill was passed, but not bill was introduced but not passed. ARC2, code of ethics. It talks about certain values should be there: integrity, impartiality, devotion to duty, openness, exemplary behavior, commitment to service, openness, open accountability. Now, new values for you to remember. This is values given by ARC2, which should be there in code of ethics. How will you remember this? Ethics commissioner. There should be another institution that will continuously audit all these values, are being whether adhered or not. Then there will be research and analysis. Then best practices will be made, a matrix will be made, and there will be risk profiling officers. And these best practices will be studied and used for training material in Labansna. That was it. ARC2 was thing. So these are the code of ethics for civil servant. क्या short form बनाओगे इसका? मैंने एक बनाया था, बना लो तुम लोग. Integrity, impartiality, devotion to duty, open accountability, commitment to service, exemplary behavior. Okay, now wait, afterwards we make. Although they are used interchangeably, code of conduct and code of ethics, but there are differences also, and many times code of conduct also incorporates some code of ethics also. Now, All India Service Rules 2014, Modi ji came this and he introduced some values in it: neutrality, accountability, transparency, and social justice. Then some code of ethics is also there, code of conduct. But largely there is a need for separate code of ethics according to ARC2. Again, few values for you to remember. You make, I had made some short forms also. You want my short forms or you will make? It's code. So do you code? Do you do coding? You do coding also? You write codes for software? I thought you people code also. Two individuals are coding. Code. This is your ARC2. Okay, two individuals are coding. So integrity, impartiality, commitment to service, open accountability, devotion to duty, and exemplary behavior. That you make. I had made a funny quote, so that I won't tell. Okay, so this is largely code of ethics. Write down this, then we'll discuss difference between code of conduct and code of ethics. Very favorite topic, code of conduct and code of ethics of UPSC. Many times they manipulate the question, but same thing they are asking. So clear what is code of ethics and why it is needed. So now write down. Since code of conduct is largely about what civil servant should not do. Since code of conduct is largely about what civil servant should not do, and it's enforceable. Which may have some weaknesses. And they are more rules and procedure oriented. That is, they will uphold accountability, may not uphold responsibility. That is, they will uphold accountability but may not uphold responsibility. That's why there is a need for code of ethics. Code of ethics. Now write code of ethics. Code of ethics largely deals with the moral side, moral behavior of civil servant. Code of ethics largely deals with moral behavior of civil servants. Next deals with inner aspects. Deals with inner aspects. Inner aspects, that is conscience, character. Self-commitment, responsibility it is about desirable level of conduct. It is about desirable level of conduct. Next, it cannot be enforced. Rather, it is desirable and should be encouraged. Rather, it is desirable and should be encouraged. As honesty is the best policy, but can't be legislated. That is how a person is self-committed, how a person is self-committed, honest, well-behaved, can't be defined by law. Even if defined by law, it can't be enforced. Rather, they are nurtured, cultivated, and encouraged. Rather, they are nurtured, cultivated, and encouraged. Example: citizen-friendly behavior, proactive behavior. Due to this code of ethics, is desirable. Even recommended by many institutions such as UN, OECD, even recommended by many institutions such as UN, OECD. Although code of ethics is desirable, still less developed in India. As compared to Western countries. Especially UK, Scandinavia, US, even UK, Scandinavian countries, US, even Latin American countries. Such as Brazil, African countries, as South Africa, have gone to promote code of ethics in civil services, have promoted code of ethics in civil services. As per the studies conducted by UN, UNDP, OECD. Now writing point was the best practices like Department of Ethics, Department of Ethics. It was best practices of code of ethics like Department of Ethics in USA, established in 1954. Second, ethics has been the main basis for UK civil services. The Nolan Committee principles have also been adopted. Nolan Committee principles have also been adopted. Now write the next paratype. In India, ARC2 recommended code of ethics. Like in India, HOTA Committee and ARC2. HOTA Committee, HOTA. HOTA Committee recommended ARC. In 2006, Public Service Bill 2 was introduced. In 2006. In India, HOTA Committee and ARC2 recommended for Code of Ethics in 2006. Public Service Bill was introduced but was not passed. ARC2 recommended the following values. Integrity, impartiality, commitment to service, open accountability, commitment to service, open accountability, devotion to duty. Talks about unstinting devotion to duty, And next, exemplary behavior. Exemplary, that is devotion duty. You should have devotion to duty in every situation. I'll show tomorrow. I'll share a video. Otherwise, this class will go long. Devotion to duty. I had one video. Comparison you should do today, or it will get further extended, because at least 20 minutes you will require for case studies. Okay, tomorrow we'll do that. That we'll write tomorrow. Okay. Now let's see. Yes, take one and pass. Wait, don't open. Let everyone come. I'll set the time there. Okay, 15 minutes ideally you should take for case studies. One case study, 15 minutes. Now, let's see what time has started. I will tell you when 15 minutes are over. So ask you to write because largely this case study was also briefly discussed once. Write properly. Put yourself in that situation. Then some ideas may come. Don't give me back blank sheets. That's, I don't know, you have to write. Huh? 7 minutes more. Okay, I'll give extra time also. First time you are writing. 3 more minutes. 2:15 minutes. See, time is already over. 5 more minutes. Leverage. After that, no extra time.
Courage, courage, courage. और लिखने से ना क्या ये पिक्चर आंसर स्टेप क्या एक्शन
Strict harms to action is to be taken by the police vessels.
ये क्या लिया ढंग से एक्सेस
Strict
एक सेकंड जानने की बात थी डिस्कशन बिल्कुल
See, last 1 minute of your extra time. After that, no extra time.
ठीक है पहले क्या सोशल डांस से स्विच हो रहा है क्या तो वर्मोस क्यों लिखा है फिलोसफी में So that's it.
Time is already up. I think moral conscience should tell you to stop writing. ये 2-3 केस स्टडीज इन्हें लिख के आना एग्जाम 6 केस स्टडीज आ जाए. So one case study should be 15 minutes. And this case study is relatively simple also, and question is short. And this has been also briefly discussed also while giving examples.
Literally, so I'll do it. Not directly. These are the issues of case study. Identify all. Where Umbrella section of work with that. SCST the limitations क्या?
Then course.
ये जो
Accepting.
बिल्कुल करें टाइम 15 मिनट में लिखना चाहिए leadership. People can but many other issues are there. I'll tell. कितना टाइम चाहिए और यस that in part one this ethical issue introduction you should also write how you laugh is
So executing but not this one.
no, that's where Lala is.
And that was
He's informant. He's informing.
that should keep it.
So he's informing. Wow. Why to write all this and waste time? Mention purpose and consequences. Oh, you're too much bad. Write it brief. That's why you should complete in 15 minutes. Social media and show some courage and savor. How? Use rules and regulation or the barley man. Barley होता है. That is just I have added like this. It's not responsible. Police is already involved. What will you do?
So that was something.
Police complaint authority. It's a same point. Love this. Yes. How will you save the dignity? In simple case study. It's not getting complicated. What complicated I'll give you. अभी क्या लिखोगे? हाँ. ये इधर इंट्रो में लिख दो ना दिस इश्यू। एथिक्स ऑफ केयर कैसे आएगा इसमें? So how it will ethics of care? Okay. Okay. ये ऐसा मत लिखो नीचे, ठीक है? यहाँ पे लिखता हूँ एक्सेस। ओके गुड। Yes. Back to others. Writing such in conclusion now. How will form group? So who will write that? Leadership. Leadership first. Okay. How will you contact media? ठीक है, emergency services में लिख दो इतना है, पुलिस भी देन एम्बुलेंस also. God is doing in society. So many thinkers are there. At least link one. Yes. Where is Lala involved? Because where he is involved? He is informing. Discussion is also there. Take this. Okay. Okay. Some more can come. That is that. Okay, good. Okay. Leadership, use values. Okay. But how will you report? Okay, fine. ठीक है. That's more refined. फिर बाद में these are long term. This immediate still okay, some have come, but more should come. ठीक है. Okay, I did this better than others. Okay, good. Let's identify. Forming nearby, okay, SHO taking correcting. ठीक है, बट इमरजेंसी हेल्पलाइन कॉल करो ना, वहाँ पे ऑन रिकॉर्ड चीजें जाएंगी और भी SHO मस्ट बी इन्वॉल्व और पर टाइम लगेगा ना. देखो फॉलोइंग, व्हाट इज दिस फॉलोइंग कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट टू कंप्लेंट सिचुएशन? व्हाट मीनिंग डज दिस मेक? हाँ,
every situation should be clear.
हाँ, इसके कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट कैसे होगा? ये कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट इज फॉर पब्लिक सर्वेंट्स. यू आर नॉट पब्लिक सर्वेंट. यू आर a person working in private sector according to this following way. Wow. Okay. That's a good proper. Where are policemen are not here? Asking policemen, this is you have been trapped in case studies. ये सब पार्ट ठीक था, यहाँ पे पूरी गड़बड़ कर. Okay. At least this was discussed briefly. I expected you people to write. बाकी केस स्टडीज में क्या लिखोगे फिर? क्या स्ट्रक्चर? इंट्रोडक्शन, बॉडी, कंक्लूजन. What structure? There are many structures. Your introduction structures I will give, but I feel that structure is not important. Structure should be according to the question. That will become monotonous. Many structures are there. Next lecture I'll give. Otherwise, this will go till 8:30 then. See, so many thinkers have been taught. At least linked. She linked Kant, moral conscience, moral duty. First and foremost, breaking the question, identify the paths. Now, every day you're going to work, public transport. You are traveling, the bus stop is heavily crowded. Here you get one keyword, heavily crowded. One situation you are getting, time to happen, 2-3 burly men, blah blah blah, eve teasing. This is issue, eve teasing. Woman passes, sometimes they whistle, blah blah blah, useless information. One senior citizen, comfort them, threaten to beat them up. So here one, morality. Moral values, respecting elders. Then nearby shop, blah blah blah. Then some information. This important. Heavily bribed policeman and ruling party MLA. This is one important information. All this big nexus, useless information witnessed by you. You're waiting again. This you totally useless. People turning blind eye. This can be useful, but this is there. One woman now. This one woman is being eve teased in front of you. Slaps. Eve teasers getting angry. All three gang up, hitting and molesting her. And this also important. Crying for help, no one coming forward. All this happening. Police too cannot respond to save her dignity. Understood? Broke the question. What are the important points? Eve teasing. Elders. No one coming out. And police too cannot respond. And timely, heavily crowded. Here, one aspect you can explore. So, write some introduction. The above case study points up the prevalence of woman harassment in our country. This is also been highlighted by National Crime Record Bureau's report. So many eve teasing or rapes happen per day. I guess 5-6 rapes happen every day in this country. Some data they are given. Write the introduction. Introduction relevant to the case study. Coherence will come. Then, what are the ethical issues involved? Ethical issues, not ethical dilemma or conflict of interest. I hope it was felt nice that no one was trapped. They are writing verses. Ethical issues. First, violation of woman dignity, prevalence of eve teasing, violation of liberty of woman, freedom, equality principle. Inherently, human values are not able, human rights are not able to enjoy it. What human is made of, those rights are not able to be enjoyed. Then, where is the conscience of the society? Crowded place, still no one is coming there out to help. No conscience society. Society fails, individual fails, society fails. Connect this way. No respect for Indian ethos also. Disrespecting elder. Morality also absence. Ethical issues. Then that nexus. Police, politician nexus. Nexus is there. Mal governance. Corrupt governance. No ethics in governance. Don't write Nala. Where Nala is involved?
He is your informant. Then this is what it is, ethical issues. Now, before what you should act, course of action. According to Kant, if I don't act as per my moral command and moral conscience, I too will be the part of this harassment. Right about Kant? Connect some thinker. Now, what will be the course of action? First and foremost, you should dial your emergency number 112 or 100, whatever it is, so that things go on record. They maintain a record, things get recorded. This is happening. This you'll do. Second, what you'll do? Suppose you are a woman here and this 2-3 dwarly men. What you'll do? You go and confront. That will be foolhardiness to do. Open your mobile, record, not only record, go live on social media. There is live feature, live Facebook, live Twitter, live X, and tag all those handles, PM, CM, everything you tag, all law and order machinery, also tag video also. So, they will come to know all this, what is happening. This aspects you have done. Then, still you should not stop there. It is heavily crowded. So, leadership. Persuade, encourage these people. This is leadership is required. Nolan Committee, one values leadership. If you don't show leadership here, marks are gone in this case study. Encourage them. Give some motivating lectures. This is she tomorrow. Tomorrow it will be you also, your daughters also. Then confront them. 2-3 people are there, heavily crowded, it's written heavily crowded. 2-3 highly burly people, then how many? 30 to kar hi loge aap. Stop and save her dignity. Police cannot respond on time. Then, after this what? Stop. No, because big nexus is there. You will also report this on social media. That so and so is happening every day. Go to media channels or record your video. This is happening, everyone is getting harassed, still police was not doing anything. And there is also nexus. Don't stop here. Go to file complaint in police complaints authority also. Meet CM also. Meet your local MLA. Ask him to raise question in the legislature. And that nexus, then file a complaint in Lokayukta also. This way, nexus will be broken in the long term. So, what will write as in conclusion? One of the fundamental duty in our constitution is to protect the dignity of women, and one should abide by this. Otherwise, also ethical governance cannot alone be ensured by police, civil servants. It's our responsibility also as citizens. Yes, ethical and moral society can happen only if there is ethical governance. This is what is you have to write. No one address all the issues. What was so complicated in this? Simple case study. Also, many structures are there. We will discuss in coming sessions. It's already 8. Take this one model answer, take one and pass. See, in case study, understand the question. It is very important. Without understanding, identify various parts, you will be trapped. Also, introduction should be according to the case study. Try to link thinkers. It will enrich your answer. Okay. Another aspect, there are structures also, and also give problem solving, give practical solutions. These are practical solutions. Don't give idealism, don't write much verbose, philosophy, etc. In between, you can conclude with philosophies at the end. That's why you have to finish in 15 minutes. You should write what is relevant. How much to write? 220 marks, 250 words. But it will depend on case study to case study. It's a small case study. 600, 700 words case study will come. Write less there. Read more, because reading time will be more there. This small case study, reading time is less. You can write 200 to 20 marks, 250 words. That is approx 2 to 2.5 pages. According to your handwriting, if you use 100 words in one page this way, you write. There's no hard and fast rule, this much you have to write. It depends on the case study. Small case study, next time I'll give a very big case study. Then what will write? Total disaster in your brain will happen. So many variables will be there. Okay then, we'll meet tomorrow.